I'm still here. The problem I'm worried about is that for anyone that watches this, go back and watch We Outside, the live We Outside meeting Casey O'Brien. The problem with the new day when the sun comes out is that there will be people around. Very grateful to have been in this experience with you. I want to keep going. I'm excited for the future. I'm not sure how I'm going to manage with this new sense of reality when the people come a knocking. I'm now fully aware of an intergalactic war with us at the forefront. I don't know how it can seem like things love us. I see the benevolence. I saw so much. But I know how easy it can be to fall back into the mundane and go unconscious. So I'm believing that won't be the case. I now fully have a reason to hold myself accountable to losing the rest of this fat. There's not a lot left. I'm reminded about why I need structure, but I worry that being in a public housing situation will not go well for me and will be more of the same of what I'm dealing with. I think that an RV or an e-bike with a tent, I need some form of security to be able to maintain this and keep going. I mean, I did it tonight, and you know me, I'm brave. So as I heal myself more, once I have access to medications like multivitamins and omega-3s and real good protein powder and consistent daily exercise and the freedom to be able to escape into the woods, I'm just worried about the time frame. I want to do it now. I understand why spiritual protection is so essential. I see now that they all have different agendas, and there are things that won't honor you. There are beings that will not help your karma. They won't help you. There are things that don't like us. So I'm here with a newfound sense of calm because I'm reminded of how powerful I am. I just need my body in the 3D to measure up. If a Marine charged me right now, we're not at a point yet where I could freeze him with my mind. So kudos to me for coming out here still. If I can't do 100 push-ups and I'm still out in this. I have a newfound sense of security in knowing that there are things on my team and on my side, whether or not that it's just to use me to perpetuate more of an agenda and influence on this planet, or whatever this is. I see that our bodies are vessels to house spirits. I completely understand why Rashad Jamal was falsely imprisoned. The coyotes are going crazy. My first instinct is to order you around and say, this is where we're at. You guys need to fast, take sunlight, probiotics, start taking the good stuff in, and get the bad stuff out. You guys need to take care of yourself and have positive daily habits that reinforce yourself. Learn compassion. And get as much sunlight as possible. There's something here. Appreciate that. How did you guys find me? Hello? Question marks. The live was all night, and I'm just explaining what I need to do to be in a better position to help myself in the future. I've been suffering for a long time, trying to do it with nothing. I was forced to be in. Hello. What's up, guys? I was saying I needed. This was a cool. I'm just worried if I keep going. I guess we'll just see what happens. Yeah. I'm here. I'm an almanac for the infinite. I'd rather have an army of children take a shit on all the lawns of the white Americans that enslaved the world to build this mess, and then we light it on fire, and then when they come out to stomp on it, we'll do a poll. Consistency. You got to know yourself and love yourself. You need to have a purpose in life. You need to have a drive. Like, what's getting you up in the morning? What do you want out of it? What's your mission? What do you want from YouTube? What do you want to provide the world? And then um hashtags, YouTube shorts, reels. When you have content that you like, get multiple platforms. If I had a computer, I would be on all the different apps, uploading all at once in sync. I would save up some money and pay someone that has some type of software, like software as a service, some type of software that you can connect multiple accounts across the board, multiple TikToks, multiple all this, so that you can upload and then spread yourself with the funnel back to the original channel. Well, that's just, yeah, I appreciate it. We have the warrior and we have fireball to the newbies. Those are big motifs in my narrative, in the theme of my story. Yeah, I'm the king. Yeah, I saw myself have merch that says the King of Kings. My goal is to make people a better person and them to have a better life and happier day. I mean, sharing what works for you works, putting together the common denominator of all the stuff that you learn. That's what I'm doing. I like watch so many YouTube videos about stuff and I applied it to my own life, and I'm setting an example slowly and teaching skills that help other people, and people are really valuing that. I also I went around the country traveling and taught this stuff to a lot of people. Um, if you're in a if you're not in a good place sharing what's working for others, like having a TikTok channel where you upload clips of other people sharing those skills, like Owen Cook, um, RSD Julian, Ralph Smart, Infinite Waters, Tony Robbins, like that stuff, and then just sharing clips of that with the right hashtags. That will draw in a lot of audience members. And then while you work on editing skills and putting together your art, because that really helps. People really want to tune in and see positive messages. They like doom scrollers and people that scroll all the time really need that influence hitting their brain, because it's slowly coercing them. What the fuck am I seeing, bro? No, there's something up here. There's something like an angry giant ant, and it's like trying to stick on the side of my consciousness, and I'm trying to fight. I'm trying to release it with love, and it's getting mad and trying to like eat my energy. And I don't know boundaries. Is it just I need to have delusional what the fuck? That's cool. Always. What the fuck is this? Are you guys even real? No, I'm a 33 life path born in the 11th. Look it up. Google it. 33 life path born on the 11th, 33 life path, and then 11 in numerology. I'm an ancient God incarnate, exalted up in space. Here's a UFO. And I'm slowly waking myself up to the realization of that. And there's like, I just had a big upgrade tonight where now I'm like really, and I live streamed it. I had I'm both. I like make Freemasons quiver in their pants and they come. I'm probably like under surveillance from Kabbalions because I'm active about it. My life is torture. It's hell. I've had to kill someone in self-defense. I've had to kill 2 people. It's horrible. But, I mean, tonight just made me feel a lot better about myself. But I also, like, there's these weird insects now in some type of imaginative space when I close my eyes. And I have no idea if I go to sleep and I wake up, what's going to happen. Like, I'm seeing this weird lobster that's, like, fucking up my life. And I'm not used to this. I've seen tons of psychics and tarot readers that are going through exactly what I'm going through right now. And they're, like, very used to it and they're explaining it. So I'm assuming I just, like, passed some initiation. I'm not sure how to set boundaries. Every time I try to, maybe I just ignore it. I don't know if I ignore it. It's like bugs. There's these fucking bugs. Wait. Okay, it's not a skill, it's confidence. If you have confidence and you say you're going to do something, that seems to work in my mind. That makes me realize, that brings me to why there's all these sex cults. See, have I set the bird off? I don't know if you can hear that. Thank you. Do push-ups. Everyone, let's do some. I've been up for 2 days, bro. That's not why I'm hallucinating. I could go for years. Oh, there's a bug. Hold up. We're gonna do push-ups in front of everybody. Don't fall, motherfucker. I already did 100 today. Yeah, so today I had a big spiritual awakening that I used to have a lot when I was younger, but I've been through this huge gauntlet. You can look through my channel. I went through a lot of violence and psychological torture and spiritual stuff and tests and initiations and horrible stuff as I'm trying to make my album. And I have this much grander purpose, I guess. I can't tell you if it's like, I could tell you it's definitely not hallucinations, but I don't know what it is. If what I saw is to be believed, then it's called the 5th dimension, and it's where all these different entities live that have transcended the 3rd dimensional space. And they're out there and they live in the Higgs field, intentions, dreams, imagination. And there's so many different types of them. I don't know what the system is to allow them into this space, because I just went through like 6 or 7. I saw like, and I did it, it's all on the live stream. Where in the past it was like a one-on-one, where it's like I'd have a dream where I meet this weird creature and it teaches me things, and then throughout the day or throughout the next couple months I'm running into that thing again and I'm fighting it kind of like scrimmage, like a final boss. But this was like a full battle that was regulated. And I've had lots of dreams that were like 3D based, where I'm fighting physically. Like I've had dreams where Andrew Tate, before I knew who he was watching me and his brother, and they were 10 years old, and his father brought them into like my enclosure, and I was this giant barbarian, and I was forced to kill a bunch of Vikings or like just other barbarians, and they were watching and they made me shake their hand, and I was just trying to break out and escape. And then years later, then Andrew Tate blew up. It's all in the live stream. I didn't take anything. It just I said ayahuasca because it happens naturally, but if you watch people talk about ayahuasca trips, it's exactly what I experienced. It's like everything that they talk about, except mine was a lot exponentially greater and coming from a way more humble perspective than these randoms on Joe Rogan. It's all in the live. I just ranted about my whole life for 5 hours, and I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I definitely could be in a better space and have communicated it better, but we can refine it. Who are we fighting? I I think it's the movie Ender's Game. There are these dark insects. They don't like us. They don't like me. And then there was like these way higher up in the sky, like brighter golden and white, but it's not like humanoid shape. They're all like different geometrically shaped patterns, and they all have their own different style and creative stuff. And I couldn't fight off the insect thing because my trauma wouldn't let me believe that I was able to. Like I was trying to just say in my mind, I eviscerate it and I shred it up into pieces and then I burn it and then sprinkle it out to be converted to something else, and it just wasn't working. And the thing was like eating at me from the inside. It felt like I was being eaten alive. And then something white came down and was like, "It's so easy, bro. Just look, high vibrational, ripped it to pieces." And then I saw a bunch of lion people, and I have tons of psychics um that have told me similar stuff. I was able to understand what was happening because of all the stuff that I've been through in the past. And I'm just trying to I mean, at a foundational level, I think if you're all unhappy with your life and you think it could go in a better direction, the way to start is to be able to control your emotions and mind, which is just fasting. Because when you fast, the big secret of modern medicine that got a lot of people killed is that when you stop eating, your body looks inside, it sees all the diseases, and it eats those first when you don't have sugar. And that's called ketosis in the keto diet. Ketosis starts using your fat as fuel. When you do intermittent fasting or 24-hour fasts, and you go outside and you take in all the different energies and sounds and smells, it stimulates your mind to start working again. And I think if you have mental health issues, that's the first point that you should do, is get yourself out of your environment and stimulate yourself, because that activates yourself and it activates your dormant DNA that Jordan Peterson said in between when he's talking about fucking lobsters and having a weird relationship with his daughter. Um, you feel me? You heard me? Um, one time I left my girlfriend and went down to Miami to do pickup artistry with my childhood hero, and I just dropped my girlfriend because fuck her, who needs her? And she got with the simp, and the simp would come to my house drunk once a month screaming about me because she informed him that I have a massive schlong and he is a tiny one, so he was very upset and fat and loserish. So he would come to my house drunk, and eventually he lost it and he started defaming my character in this small town, lying. And we got in this big fight. He screamed in my face, and I was like, "Okay, your girlfriend calls me daddy, and you're stupid." Um, Fast forward 2 years later, after I traveled around the country in New England, and I came back to my hometown. She has a kid with him, and they were at the local park that I met the girl at, and he left his kid to stomp around screaming at me, and I had left already. He was trying to fight me, and by the time I got back, they had left, and he left this hat, and it says World Series Champions, and it's got a needle that says Pro, and it's got a big B for Boston, but it's also, see it, Red Sox, REDSOX 3333. It's my house colors, red and gold, and it's got the big B like Brian Baru, my ancestor. So I have no idea. Like, I don't know if you know what gang stalking is. It seems like most people are trapped in a system. That's where I would start, is by learning how to harmonize and hold peace in yourself. Once you can hold peace in yourself and you're chill, all the girls are going to want you, because no one out there is saying, like, people are falling into a dark way. People are not doing well at all, especially out in these small rural towns where the women are beautiful and the guys are terrible people. I ride through on my bike as a hobo that smells disgusting, on a mission to save the world. And I just spent all night sleeping in the woods hoping I don't get killed. And I've been beaten down and brutalized by police and spent years in isolation and have horrible things happen to me. And I just walk through and all the eyes are on me. People are constantly trying me everywhere I go. And it drove me to losing my mind. Like, I just gave up on dreams, or and I would just I'd fantasize about my art, and I would just trudge forward. And still I'm much better. I'm the much more appetizing snack to the ladies because of my humility and my strength that I developed by going outside and living a unique life. So most of men's I see a lot of guys here, most of men's mental health issues is diet, body, and then not taking care of the inside. That's the stuff that Andrew Tate won't talk about because he probably gets fucked up the butt like Aiden Ross and everybody else. Is that your inner world matters more when you close your eyes, what you're experiencing, your creative style, your creative essence, your contribution to this, and your control over it to make things happen. That's what matters more. And as we rise up and artificial intelligence is coming in, and your inside is going to be way more important than your outside, because maybe we'll all have computer chips in our head, and maybe that there's tons of aliens up there that are trying to make sure that it doesn't go bad because this place is nice. And maybe that they're all fighting with each other and arguing in a spirit realm about how that's going to happen. And maybe they've kind of allowed us to dictate how it goes by giving us free will. I don't know. But I know that they're there. I can't dispute it now because it was live for everyone to see. They brought me from schizophrenic madman. I'm not schizophrenic, by the way. I don't have it. I had savant syndrome, where I'm able to overthink and also put pieces together. And I had a unique life where I grew up building Legos alone on top of a mountain with Gary the Legend O'Brien, the top ski instructor in the state, until he was ripped out of his car and brutalized by police in front of me, and they made me watch, and they left him with a brain injury that has lasted since. And I've had my kingdom usurped of all my properties, that when my father taught rich people's children how to ski and they let him stay at the place, and then other CEOs have killed themselves and given everything to my father because he's funny and he's lovable. He's a Leo Libra 3 life path born on the 10th, and I'm a Sagittarius Aquarius 33 life path born on the 11th. And both of us have been beaten down by the world so bad that we're mostly on the ground. But we get up and we fight every day because we're beasts. The guy went from being a fat autistic loser to fucking the baddest bitch in school. For real. On God. No cap. And then I had brain injuries and trauma, and I've just been through so much. And I kind of gave everything to help others. This is like a plea to put me in position to solve the problems that we endured. That's the whole mission, is that I'm sick and tired of seeing my friends and family die to lack of accountability and awareness of the world. And I call them sludge puppeted, but probably they're just pieces of shit. They adopted the pieces of shit culture that make righteous people, like probably us, feel sick to their stomach when we're around them. So I see that there's a better way, and I chase that, and I drive myself into the ground, and I just keep fighting. This has taught me there's a lot more, and it's a lot more overwhelming than I realized, and I don't know how I'm going to handle the public. It's probably going to be a slow awakening where I do it at night, and then during the day I go back into war mode, where I hold the vibes deep inside myself like armor, and I go through and stunt on everybody. That I know how to make all your cells invigorate. I know how to say things that make everybody get triggered with my soul as somebody's pulling in, which means it might be my cue to go, man. How much to charge do I have? I have 54%, so I can take you with me. And we'll go back. I'm on top of a mountain, but I'm not at the summit, so we're going to walk up to the summit before I go to sleep. Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us, then they leave us to find some other souls to save. Angel Eagle, come on down, take my hand, and we'll get everybody buff and rich. And we're going to have a ranch in the mountains, and then we're going to invade and take all the bad women, and we're going to go back and have many babies. And they're all going to be named after me, because that's what you're going to have to do to sign up for my cult. You fucking bitch. You fucking bitch. And we're going to hope the Kabbalion doesn't kill us. Or maybe I'll fall asleep and I'll forget everything. And we'll wake up in a different universe in the multiverse, and I'll never see you again. And if that's the case, I love you. Thank you so much for watching. Happy to be of service. I just want to make my album. I'm an artist at heart. And a porn star and dick. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? But yeah, I've written animated TV shows. You probably are, Bruce Wayne. I don't doubt it. Here's something. You're probably like 600 aliens. And they're probably living inside you. And that's when you drink alcohol at 3322, and they call it sipping on spirits. They probably all enmesh together inside of you. And those are like NFTs in the spirit realm at 3333. And this information could get me killed. But maybe enough people are coming out about it that it's not so bad. Maybe I'm just waiting for my time to shine at 3344. You fucking bitch. Just being brave. I feel this ferocious anger to bring everybody to a pit and make everybody do push-ups. Yeah. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay. And the birds eat the bugs. Isn't that an incredible revelation? The birds eat the bugs. Where do we go next? Bruce's crack. Dope. 600 aliens in Bruce's crack. His crack. I live in the sky. I do well with women who are bi. Girls just want to have fun. No, girls just want to have fun. Okay. I don't know what to do about that weird lobster thing that I saw in my mind earlier that was trying to eat my energy. So you know what I need? That means we need to find somebody that knows how to do it, and we need to urge him to make tutorial videos. And if he's afraid for his life for posting it, we're going to use my channel as the martyr. Because I don't care. I don't care anymore. They've taken everything from me. They've taken everything from me. Don't you know? Don't you know? So I'm here. And guess what? Hate to burst your bubble. I'm not queer. I'm sorry. I was homophobic for a long time. But now that we're in a spiritual war against intergalactic aliens, I'm a bit more lenient on it. I was just tired of pedophiles trying to take advantage of me. So I don't know where to go next. I can't lose my consciousness. I don't want to lose what I have. I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. I must eat goblins. I must rip apart their spines and eat them for a decent meal because I'm hungry. Just glowing. Bruce, ask one of your 600 aliens if the Earth is flat. Flat like Taylor Swift. Who's the head of the Satanist church, by the way? Most of those people they're very weird. I also worked in the music industry. I could tell you stories about Illuminati MK Ultra rituals for kids in the music industry. I could tell you guys about, I have a lot of stories about aliens. I have a lot of stories about game, pickup artistry, genetics, ancestral trauma, life path numbers, self-improvement, growing a YouTube channel. I have so much stored in my name means an ancient everlasting tree of love that woke the Egyptians up to the universe. So what do we do? Where do we go now? Where do we know? I'm trying, man. Usually I get to like a place like this and my area is flooded with twitching NPCs that are very angry. And I often get confused and overwhelmed because I don't embrace. It's like the Avatar, The Last Airbender, but there's 600 different elements you have to learn. That really be how it feels, though. And then there's crows, and Vikings, and crackheads, and AI. Now I have like 600 new enemies. And I'm just choosing to tune them out right now. Like I'm feeling my stomach is like churning and I see like a beam of light hit my stomach, which now I know, now that I've been studied up, I know that that's an attack on your solar plexus. I don't know what this is. Is it a war zone? Is it a playground? Is it all about perception? I know, so when the Akashic Library stuff, I mean, in the past, it's more like if I just get a big vision, that hits my head, and I see a scene of a TV show where we're all the characters, and it teaches me about the narrative and the direction that we're going into and all the vibes of the people inside it. Like I'm a Sagittarius Aquarius, so I like see the bubble. Is that me accessing the Akashic records, or is that something beaming into my mind? Is that like an alien floating behind me, or is that my higher self, or is the Aquarius the water bringer, so I'm taking it down from the Christ consciousness? I don't know, but it happens. And it's happening too much that I can't say it's just delusional, wishful thinking, because I'm not wishing it to happen. And it's happened so much, my autistic savant syndrome pattern recognition has allowed me to understand that and a lot more. So I'm headed into where the birds are. I was being attacked by an insect monster in my mind, and then all the birds woke up. And then the bird came to me, and then it flew out and woke up the other birds. And then the other birds came to me, and they all started harmonizing. And then that allowed for something way brighter to come in. And that thing shredded it to pieces. And it wasn't, usually if I fail, in my mind, something tells me, like, you fucking idiot. They're like very disappointed. But that thing was very like proud to see what I'd done. So I'm proud. And that's probably why all you new people are here. The AI must have opened a floodgate for me to come through to the masses. So it's more than lightning. Yeah, to me, I call those zip files. Like they give you a download. You get like a zip into your brain, and then it unpacks. But it was more like they shove a screen in my face. I chain smoked 2 packs of cigarettes today, or the past 3 days. I don't know why. I was unconscious. But I like that because then I persevere through it, and it like exercises my ability to control my heart when I'm forcing myself to heal. I don't do it with 2 packs. I do it with a Black and Mild, and I DoorDash before I lost my car. So yeah, I did kill someone in self-defense, and I got trapped in a small prejudiced town, and I had to go in, and the only people on my team against this whole town that was trying to pay people to kill me and throw trash at me, and they trespassed me from tons of places before they even met me. It was crazy. And it drove me into the woods, and I found an abandoned cabin, and I lived in the cabin, and I raised a family of robins. And I was making an album called Bearcat, and then my main op was a guy that showed up and parked next to me in a box truck that looked like my album cover, the same colors, and he had a giant Maine Coon named Bear, and I was fighting him a lot. The Akashic Records, I mean, I can remember one big dream that I had right after my car accident, where I was floating in like a stasis chamber deep underwater, and I was like a small little spirit, and there was this giant glowing metal woman, I thought she was a goddess, but it seemed more like she was trapped in a golden suit. And I saw when I could float around, and I went deep into the back of that thing that it was shaped like the crystal skull from Indiana Jones. And the further I went back, it was like showing me history with dinosaurs and it was like a museum of everything that had happened on Earth. And then I went down and I swam into what later would have been my next girlfriend's bedroom. She was a hoe. She was a hoe. Oh my God. I'm addicted to cigarettes again. Monkey, should I go on monkey? Yeah, I don't want to fall asleep and wake up without my new upgrade that lets me talk this cohesively and also feel at peace. I have this newfound sense of peace that I did not have, that I don't want to trigger myself. Yes, and it was live. I did it live. Usually I freak out in silence. Where do we go now? I need to get to an RV. That's the mission. I need to get myself to an ability. Okay, so something just shocked my heart that there's so many cigarettes. And I saw a light, and there was like a conscious entity, like a thought that wasn't my own, that said, let go and let God. And then I saw at the same time, on this other side of my peripheral, I saw an old tarot reading where a tarot reader was explaining to let go and let the universe bless you. So I was about to fight for an RV. I was gonna say, I'm gonna get up and I'm just gonna go to the nearest place and I'm gonna walk into the shop and I'm gonna tell them about all these dreams I have and goals, and to let me get an RV that they don't plan on selling anytime soon for a cheap down payment and a cheap monthly cost, because these are small businesses. This is the Wild East. And then something else said, let go and let God. Allow the universe to bless you. Stop throwing yourself through a brick wall every second of every minute. So we've made it to the field. I'm going to drop off my stuff. POV. I'm very grateful that it seems like you guys are a new wave of understanding. I've ascended to a higher level of people. You guys are getting it. It's been me in a pit fighting haters in my comment section for a long time. I'm excited. We're here at dawn. Shit goes down when it rains. There are different types of rainstorms when you live outside. There are rainstorms that are peaceful and tranquil and it refreshes the forest. And there are rainstorms that are where something comes down and it attacks the system of the people, where everybody's twitching and violent because they're trying to gain control of their mind again when things are poking and prodding at them. Sneeko, little cuck Sneeko, has come out and said that when he's sitting in his streaming room and he looks in his peripheral vision, he sees giant shadow demons that he has to pray away every day. I used to sit in public housing with my cat Mark, and he would hide behind this Egyptian goddess statue that I had, and then I'd have the same wake up moment I had last night. And then there was these really dark sludge shadows that would come in, and they would try to latch onto me and like seep into me. I'm gonna have to fight a spiritual war now in a whole different way than what I'm used to. What? How did you turn blue? Did I make you moderator somehow? I don't know you like that, bro. I'm just walking. I don't know what moderators do. I don't know what that means. Mods, ban him. You're my Kingsguard. You're my Kingsguard to silence the haters. I mean, you've been the only one talking, bro. You want to be made? Do you want to be a mod? Okay. The crows are cawing. What do you think the crows are? Do you think the crows are bad? You think they're misunderstood? Rick and Morty had that episode about the crows. The crows are good. Rick went on a whole adventure with the crows. If I could recruit you all to come to Vermont and then set up base camps in all these different small towns and then get on motorcycles and e-bikes and just venture around to all the different towns every day, spreading the wildfire, lighting a torch under their ass. Crows are something different. Like robins and those other birds, they definitely came to my defense last night. Like I woke up to empathy at a higher level, and I was telepathically communicating with the bird, and I woke him up and it bothered him, and then he saw what was happening to me, and then he started harmonizing with the other birds to calm the environment down and allow for something else to come through and fight the thing back in my mind. Or that was like some type of directed energy weapon, or just a whole projection from something pretending to be all those different entities. And the bird was like, make this shit stop. Get that, whatever that is, out of here and bring it back to baseline. So that thing pretended like it killed itself so that it would make it easier for me to believe that it ended. But that was just one thing, because that could be true as well. But I just saw a beam of light. I just saw a literal beam, like a literal bright light right there. And because of this piece I have, I can smell how horrible I smell. I smell like bad, bro. Crows, I mean, so when I sleep outside, I'll sleep out like right out in this field, and I'll wake up, or I'll sleep deep in the forest, or I'll sleep at a public park, and I'll wake up feeling way better than I feel right now. Like feeling the highest vibrational light, feeling like at peace, feeling my presence in my body, feeling whole, feeling a connection to myself, my imagination, where I have a character and a style and a soul urge. And you can hear the crow cawing as I'm getting back to that mindset. I'm like channeling myself back, and the crows are getting stirred up. Something about it makes them react and pisses them off. And oftentimes, not oftentimes, pretty much every time, they'll show up, and they'll show up in a group, and they'll hide in a tree, and then they'll caw and caw and caw until all the people that are in the area, their subconscious is diverted to them. They've sent where attention goes, energy flows. They take the attention, and then they'll spread out. And then for people like me, I can feel their influence as they sit in the treetop, but I could feel them trying to dominate the space and change the whole aura. And I have to fight them. But in my character arc, I know how to go, I know a level of focus. Unless I jump timelines. In that simulation, I was able to shut them off with my mind. With just dominant, determined focus to make them stop. And they would stop instantly. See how they're going? And then they'll bring others back. They're very good at it. They're my arch nemesis right now. So I need money. I need a computer and ways to make money. I have. That's true. Yeah, when I let go of the fighting, I'm able to empathize with them, and that confuses them. But then they keep going. And then I feel I mean, they're screaming and they're getting closer, and I can feel my attention being drained. I can feel the energy being drained, which makes me feel like a zombie with no skills. Like it definitely feels like they suction cupped it and there pumping it out. I ain't even gonna cap. And that happens a lot. That it's like subconscious now that I think I automatically do it. Hold up. Yeah. And then I get tired. That makes me tired. And that's called energy vampires. And they come around a lot. Like all day yesterday, there were people that were driving really slow, and they were all of them were leaning out the window staring at me. And then they would sit up there and wait at the top of this bank, and they would park just perfectly so that if I'm over here, they could see me. And then I'd feel like this big wrestling where I'm fighting to focus and hold all the energy inside. And then they wouldn't stop, and then the crows would show up, and then more people would show up. And then when I lost, they all took off speeding. So I don't know if it's a network, if it's a system. I don't know if they're real, if those were gang stalkers. I don't know if I'm transcending to a different holographic level or simulation. After I received my karma on the 8th day, and now we're on the 9th day. But we're here. I gotta process a lot of cigarettes. I smoked a lot. So these are the birds. They're all different types of birds. But they fly to each other's nest. And they say good morning to each other, and they brush up on each other, and then they all go out together. And then they split off. Everybody thinks that the birds are like these separate, dull nothings that just come out and hunt bugs. But they keep the space safe. They keep it running. And they have compassion. They have minds. I'm starting to believe that these birds are like all these animals on the earth are tiny versions of the actual spirits that live out there. These are their avatars that these alien species are working through in this alien dollhouse playground simulation. I think that sometimes. No, I have ultimate abundance. I know I can walk into a store and get a girl's number anywhere. My scarcity, it's more like I'm literally feeling like I'm being drained as the crows are in response, and I can feel when the crows are cawing hit my side, and I feel the light leave my body, and I feel more stuck than I was when I was floating earlier on the way up here. And then I can, it's like I'm literally, it's like in this whole mesh ecosystem where there's all these thoughts and intentions going around. Sometimes I'm way too aware of it, and then that's where like dominant forces are at play and everybody's screaming at each other, and these crows tend to like, they take it. I know abundance mindset was like, that's all around us, we're in the ether, you can pull down from the heavens at any time, you can just take it from the air around you and you breathe, you can fill up your senses like a night in the forest. Yeah, that's true. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. I'm up in the sky, I'm in the clouds. Woo. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I realized a lot of my relationships with my friends that I missed, I didn't miss them. I had missed the part of myself that I had felt like they had stolen. And then when I felt like I unlocked that and I brought it back to myself, all of those friends would kind of have like a mini psychosis. And even though they hadn't hit me up in months, suddenly they're like stalking my Facebook, talking bad about me to my friends, showing up at my house randomly to try to kind of put themselves back over me and hold that magnetism back, like have me disassociate that aspect of myself and delegate it back to them, trying to take it again. So it could be a lot of traumas in the past like that that makes me think that these crows are bad. But it's more like I know when the crows show up and they caw, but I guess it is they can't take your power without consent. That's what Ralph Smart says. I don't know if that's true. Is that they kind of drive you out of your mind so you lose your sense of control, so that it makes you more suggestible when they do come to make you subconsciously lose your power. And maybe my PTSD is making me too aware, or my name means hypervigilant anyway. But I'm definitely feeling like the crows. And when I when I pause, like you see, my train of thought is usually like so flowing. When I'm pausing, the crows start cawing. So it's like I become part of their network now. So I need to learn in this level how to control that energy that I feel like they're taking to keep it grounded over here. I'm waiting in response for what they say. It's just a downside of being outside. It's part of what happens. Yeah. Is that the animals try to dominate you. And they're a lot more empathic than we realize. And now I'm realizing that there's a whole other dimension that they're living inside. What's up, bro? I made it to the top of the hill. I always knew, actually, I always knew the dimensions were there. I just didn't have a sense of self and that willingness to communicate and hold focus. Ah! See, they don't respond at all. But if I raise my vibration, okay. So I just saw like a weird tentacle. I closed my eyes and I opened up that same portal that I'm learning how to do. And this time it was like a weird snake that went into my mouth. And then I saw a cat crawl out. Okay, they're doing the 2D. So when they play the cartoons, I know that's a lower dimensional entity. It's just a lot of cats. It's a lot of cats, and then I can feel light coming out of that dimension and hitting my arm, and then all of a sudden my arm moves. And now the birds are over here. Hello, he came right up to us. That bird just flew out of the woods to land here and go, fucking stop! And then fly back into the woods. I really like sleeping in the woods with the birds. It's not good if you want to raise your vibration because they get mad. They do. Okay. So if you can see me talking more like a kid, like my whole tone has changed and my vocabulary has changed and the energy has changed. It's because I'm now at the kids' soccer field. And I'm on top of the hill. Where now I'm assuming more people are in on this network than I realize. Like more people are spiritually awake than I thought. And that's why they come up here to sit there and twitch and then speed off. And I think maybe I shouldn't be drawing attention to that. Like when I come here, I assume that it's because it's like a scrimmage where we're helping each other. Like we're both learning from each other, and then we both get our karma based on our actions. Like they just see what will happen. Thanks. I don't know if I made it. You never know what's gonna happen. I have no idea what to do next. Should I just stay live streaming the whole day? How about bird right to left? Can I get a bird from right to left, please? If I should live stream all day, not go to sleep, try to get to Montpelier and see what happens. There's a bus in an hour and I can go get food and a Monster energy drink. And we can see if I can maintain this vibe through the negative, fat, prejudice, stupid white American dying culture. This is where I hid my stuff. It's full of slugs and snails. The friend that I'm talking about is a Grand Cross in astrology, which is rarer than a 33. He would, when I would be traveling around the country, he would be able to know. So he would say I'm on a bus and I'm panicking. This is 2021, had much more paranoid hypervigilance and scared of moving, like disassociated from my body. And someone came up to me, walked past me, felt my vibe, and I could feel that he was feeling my vibe. I knew he was seeing. He was like looking in, and everybody else was unconscious, which scared me because that's usually when people would attack me in the past. And he sat down next to me. He was like, "You know we're serial killers?" That's how I could clock you before I got in here. Nobody else understands. And his name was Brian. And then we rode on the bus for 2 days from Maryland down to Miami. And on the way to Atlanta, a girl comes on the bus and she sits behind me. And then he had just been in jail for 5 years off a weed charge for having like an ounce of weed. He got 5 years in Maryland and he had just gotten out. So I was like, go talk to her, bro. I'm on a mission to save the world. Meet my childhood heroes and storm Miami, South Beach with hundreds of men in pickup artistry. So he went and sat down with her. They're talking. I'm like just talking to her, having a good time. She's way better at it than us. Like I was paranoid and scared and he was in jail for 5 years. She was like a traveling warrior. She was badass. And she was doing it. And then before she got off and left, before Atlanta, he went to stop her and be like, are you going to be okay just traveling around the country, Airbnb-ing and being on your own? You're a girl. And she's like, yeah, I'm a fighter. And then I get a note. I didn't hear that conversation at all. She gets off the bus. He comes back. And as he's telling me about it, my friend Nate said that he came into my simulation from the top and he looked in and he saw that I was meeting a fighter. He's like, did you meet the fighter yet? He said she's cool. He like described her fully, which is amazing to have on your team, to have a supportive guy like that. But it turns out the whole time that guy was studying rituals and into all this stuff and sitting at home, and he liked what I now know is my 33 life path spark, the soul essence and all my skills that I've learned from my parents and my vibes and my character and my charisma and my natural stuff. My like years of hard work had developed me into a soul. And then when I got broken from the trauma, whether or not it's real, he thought it was real and I thought it was real, and eventually I figured it out. And I see that same behavior in a lot of people, and it happens to me so consistently on a regular basis. And those people happen to be cancers, all of them, that I'm able to recognize that. I want to say software, that system, that energy, that behavior, where they're literally siphoning out parts of yourself, and then he would try to overpower me and make me submit. emotionally, like spiritually, not to sound gay, but spiritually, I would feel the presence overpower me. It's natural when you're out in nature. All the animals do it. It's just part of life. Crackheads are in on it. That way of life, that instinctual, spiritual, emotional, empathic way. And I didn't realize that that's what he was doing. And that's why most of my problems from back then were because my relationships were with what we call abusive narcissists and gang stalkers. People that consistently come into your life to try to stop you from having these spiritual experiences and spiritual awakenings, and try to take out your blessings and try to take out your love, and then usually take it for themselves. And they try to, people say they try to become you, they try to wear your face as a mask. It's a whole thing that happens when you wake up to, I, I think the best way to figure it out is the Higgs boson, where you understand at a foundational level of all of this is just one single particle that makes up everything, and that's all connected in a field. From the smallest thing in the universe to the biggest thing in the universe, it's all the one same particle, and everything else is just different systems of that built up particle. So our thoughts, intentions, and actions, all the stuff that goes on in our mind and our body, is present in everything. And that's how we're able to empathically connect to each other and build relationships with each other. And that's why a mom can love a child and have that mother's intuition. And I think that an AI is trying to replace that. I think an AI is infiltrating that. And I think that, see the birds right to left, right in front of the camera. Now it's left to right. But it happens a lot if you go back through my life. There's a lot of evidence. And it's mostly like if I stay on the right timeline, I stay on the right frequency, the right narrative, and in control of myself, the birds will guide me. And if I make a bad move, they go left to right. And if I make a good move, they go right to left. So at least maybe if I fall asleep and wake up in a pocket dimension, or maybe the birds are just like little RC cars for other higher dimensional consciousness. As they do their mundane tasks, they have like a little hole in their programming that allows for them to be piloted, to be able to provide experiences. Or maybe God is just living in all of us. The living God is living in ourselves, and it's all just a higher complex form of intelligence. But I know that regardless, there are people that are doing wrong, and there's still a lot of bad going on. And if I could make a difference, which is why the first person that popped was asking me advice on how to make a difference. Trumpet sound. So it was quiet. There were no crows at all. I just started trying to figure out where my power went, and I raised my vibration back from where I thought the crows had it. So I was just taking my attention back over to here from the crows all the way over there, and they started screaming and cawing all together because they're like a gang of, they're conscious and they're spiritual. I don't know if they're aliens. I'm assuming they're aliens if Rick and Morty has them as aliens. It's energy. It's information. Like when you imagine something and you like have a character that you develop and you have emotions and you're happy. Like if you have sex with somebody and your sacred energy transfers, and then you feel more powerful and you feel brighter and lighter and you start to glow when you do semen retention and you get sunlight. That's just that's information in the electromagnetic spectrum. And there are people that will try to take it. Pretty much every interaction I have now is people practicing that energy vampirism. Like everywhere I go, people are stomping out of their house and staring at me. People are following me through stores. I can feel like fat 40-year-old women get mad, and I know they're mad at my vibe. They're just mad that anointing. So I know they're going to fuck up my day. I'm trying not to let that happen. And then all of a sudden, one of them calls the police and said I threatened to kill her with a hatchet, and they show up with guns out and they tried to throw me on the ground and search me, and I had to get out and call the sergeant to tell them they're doing something illegal because the woman lied. And then she trespassed me. And then she didn't tell the employees I was trespassed. So then eventually, because the police had said that they talked to her about it and said that this is the only gas station in the area and to not trespass me. And she agreed to it, and then she filed the trespass anyway and didn't tell people that she changed it so that I would go to jail. And then when I got it on the local news, she was bragging about what she did, and then she got her karma because good people in the community are now upset with what she did because she didn't know that they knew me. So I think that karma's real, and it seems like it's so perfectly timed. But I think that you also have a choice on how you decide to use your mind. And I think that all the rich people are doing rituals. I haven't read the Kabbalion, but from what I've seen, I've definitely been targeted before, where what makes sense to me is that if there's like a negative entity that wants to enter you, it will strategically get other people that they've piloted and set up scenarios for you. But also at times it feels like Portal 2, where the whole thing is just Gladys. Maybe I jumped a timeline and I entered this one where reality is different because it only feels different right now. Like maybe I just ascended out of wherever I came from, and now I'm here in the infinite multiverse. We ride through your white bread world while you're technologically enslaved, but we don't hate our neighbor. No, we know that love will break the chains, and we say, hey, oh, hey, oh. Look, shedded snakeskin. A snake has shedded its skin where I usually keep my stuff. A snake has crawled in here while I was away, shedded its skin, and left. If I play it safe, I just need to keep losing weight and keep doing push-ups and then meditate at night and have these spiritual war experiences. But I'm worried about how much time we have. I don't like how quick the election's coming, and I don't like that. If you know, you know. I think you're suffering from curses from your actions to the people closest to you. That sounds a bit pretentious, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that sounds a little bit pretentious, bro. I ain't even gonna cap. It sucks, dude. Actually, I think I devote all my time to helping the people. Every person on earth is the people closest to me, except for a few people that I daydream about saving the world with. Everyone else is just like family to me. I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th, bro. So I spend all day trying to think. Everyone that I meet, I'm just slowly processing in the background the best way that I can help everybody. And I kind of take in, with my empathy, I kind of take in the problems that I see from them and the solutions I could come up with. And the more I get to know people, the more it becomes clear to me who they are and what they want and how to get there. And then I kind of incorporate that into my universal plan on how to save everybody. And I learned in this past season, the Bearcat Saga, I learned that in most cases, to help people is to just let them be and let them do them and just be kind of like the supportive role as you travel on your own adventure. Like if I had stopped trying to pick up all my friends and carry them to safety, they would stop being so negative all the time. If I just kind of had solid boundaries like I learned in Earth Season, like I learned in this whole Wood Dragon year, I've learned about boundaries and patience and solitude. If I held that and I stopped being so all or nothing with people, then I'd be able to help them better without losing all of myself and other people. I usually give way too much of myself to help others, that it destroys me inside. And then if I don't do that, I'm picking up the entire world and carrying it on my back, trying to figure out the most perfect action I could take. I'm like thinking all day. And then when I do that, you find perfection and I put it into songs. But now, in the past, I could find perfection. But I think I've just learned so much now that the perfection that I reach is enough that it breaks me through. I'm starting to think that I don't think it's for nothing that I'll have a breakthrough in meditation and then suddenly the hole where it was empty, now there's tons of people twitching and just standing around, and they kind of will, in this case, like in these small towns, they followed me to gas stations before. I've like many times I'll be sleeping like deep out in the woods over here, or a place like this, not here, but a place like this deep out where it's hard to get to. And then I'll wake up and I'll look out and there's somebody just standing at the edge of the forest twitching, and they don't know that I'm there because I'm good at hiding. I had like a camo tent and I covered it completely and they had no way to get to me, but they felt the spiritual light and they were unconscious. So something piloted them to the edge of the woods and they were twitching, probably because I have a trouble not empathizing immediately, and that gets me in trouble because then I feel like I get drained. It could be because Sagittarius are fundamentally curious, so I'm always trying to be like, what's that? Just naturally I'm like hitting somebody with a thing, learning boundaries. I'm ready to I'm ready to jump into war, but I just felt like I lost all the shit to the crows as the birds get louder, because I just tried to send the energy that these birds are cultivating and keeping me feeling safe. I'm in their little bubble now. They know that I feed them. They like me. And I also think that nature is so connected. I think that what you do with one bird, I think all the birds kind of know. I think it's like Gaia, where it's like an artificial intelligence that's in all of us. And that's like, he talked about the Akashic records. I appreciate this guy's looking out for me. He's gonna go and think about life and then come back and offer me insights like the hand of the king. Or just somebody that cares, which I'm honestly not used to. I ain't even going cat. Like I ain't lying when I said that my life has been really sick and weird. Right now I need to rest, man. Fireball. Fireball and God, I'm firing my laser. You're both projectile fire starters. The king in the north, the Sagittarius Aquarius, and then the laser and the fireball. And Bruce Wayne is an alien. He keeps calling me Big Case, bro. I don't like that, man. How the fuck? There's too many fucking slugs on my shit. I can't go to bed, there's slugs. I don't want to watch YouTube. So I'm gonna have another cigarette. I didn't mean to go for an hour and a half. No, I can feel. It is a network. Here's another thing. I don't know where you guys are from, but I think that it's different everywhere. I think it's like Hunger Games districts. I think that everywhere you go, the trees are all different, the birds are all different, the people are all different, and they're all producing chemicals and pheromones and vibes, and they're all having different intentions and thoughts, and that's shaping the different colors in their mind, which is all frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration. So I think that everywhere you go, it's different. So maybe the crows in other places aren't able to do what I'm joking about. But I'm also saying that if you look at lots of spiritual YouTubers now are getting harassed by crows. A lot. For me personally, like it's probably, there was so much I was avoiding. I mean, I could turn it off and be normal any day, but I think the world is now not able. Are those turkeys? And what's this? So I raised my head up and I raised my vibration, and the crow's screaming at me again like a crackhead. Like a crackhead. Hold up. Oh, the world is crazy now, man. The world has gone crazy. Even if I gave it all up and I tried to be normal, I would be crazy. But now, I'm a role model. You do it with all of yourself, man. You do it with every fiber of your being. You sheboygan logging all over their fucking face, whether they like it or not. Because we're some naughty little boys out here, man. I couldn't tell you how many sheboygans I logged back in my day. Okay. I'm at 12%, so I have to find my charger. How about there's 8 of us here? Should Casey, let's start a poll. Should Casey go to the capital of Vermont? Should Casey hide in a tent and work out? See, I don't like that. I'm always trying to throw myself too far in. Okay. So, a voice in my head came out from the woods, hit the side, went in, and it said, set an example for the others. Which made me realize I should be at peace. Be patient. Hello, we have 2 people from New Zealand. What's going on down in New Zealand, down under? Do you have an accent? Do you have kangaroos? Do you have the big spiders? Do the spiders fly from Australia to New Zealand? Um, is it like the wild east? Do they have clouds that look like this? That looks like a painting. No, you're like diet Australia. You're cherry flavored Australia. I tried to get my passport and I was arrested the next day, preventing me from applying for a passport. I was going to escape to Ireland and I was going to go free my homeland by performing at bars and having all the Irish people get riled up at my songs where I go, boy, I'm like thunder, wait for the roar. There's nowhere to hide, I'm the king of the north. My whole team is ready for war. We drew up our fiery swords. We're coming to come gun down all of you dorks. You can never get my glory. I'm adorning a doormat. You're a doormat and annoying. Get the fuck out my flat foyer. I just raw dogged my fifth bitch this morning like a Mormon. I got an assortment of shorties. Whose little brothers adore me? Go ask the Lord who you think's more important. What's up, Sandeep? I'd have to get there. I'm in Vermont. I'm in the Green Mountains. I'm in New Ireland. If you walk around Vermont, you realize that when they say, "What's up, bud?" It's just an evolved version of an Irish accent. What's up, bud? What's up, bud? Anushka, maybe one day we'll ride motorcycles and all of us will go through these small towns and give them the what for and burn it down. But I'm not serious. Don't label me a domestic terrorist. Burn it down till it's ashes mold. What am I at for charge? I'm at 6. Eh? Fuck Canada. They're a bunch of prissy Frenchmen that enslaved the Irish. No cap. Indentured servant contracts. They would wrote when the English would get rid of the crackers because they didn't like slaves that would talk back to them. They would say, "We won't kill you if you sign the indentured servant contract and you go to Canada." And they went to Canada and they'd work their whole life so that their kids could possibly have the right to own land, and then they would kill the fathers and they would abuse the children. Irish people are considered the black whites. For a reason. Oh, Long Johnson. Mitosis? What about mitosis? Yeah, I feel horrible for Native Americans. The more time I spend outside with the birds, connecting to nature and escaping the matrix to live in love, the more when I hear natives talk. Because black culture is in opposition to whites. They were beaten down so much and then they grew and evolved over time to overpower and endure and then overcome the whites. The indigenous were just left and then not allowed to do anything. And when they tried, they would be treated the same. So most of them are just, at least the ones that are wandering. I meet wandering native. Well, let's tell you, there's, Kai Cenat and Ray. Well, Kurt Kaz has a Ray. Casey Rocket has a Ray. Kendrick Curry has a Ray. And Casey O'Brien has 3 Rays. Casey O'Brien has Ray Kimura, who is a native. And she's the biggest band out of Vermont right now, Moxie. And we grew up together. And her best friend is my foster brother, John Michael, who looks identical to Ray if Ray was Irish. Ray from Kaisenet. As the crows were mad about that one. And then in my hometown, Brattleboro, in the center of Brattleboro, shut the fuck up! In the center of Brattleboro, see? Some crows caw. They go caw. These crows go and you see how they're territorial, where they're coming in systematically, and they're covering ground because the energy's dense. So Ray, at the center of Vermont, or the center of my hometown, there was this tiny little Irish pub called McNeil's, and there was a guy named Ray McNeil who was a small but beefy, full Irishman from Ireland, and he had the best bar in New England, and according to anyone that went there. And the Native Americans, when they wanted to leave the res, but they were too scared to be around the whites back in the day, they would walk on the Appalachian Trail, and they would find their way through, being able to enjoy the earth without the problems of the white people. And they always knew that Ray McNeil and his Irishmen, in that, like, his group of people that were all artists and musicians and creative people like Irish are, like the Celts and the Irish, and now the Vermonters, are always just fighting to maintain their creative essence against onslaughts of hordes of crows, crackheads, Spartans, Vikings, Catholics. So Ray McNeil had this tiny bar that all the natives would go to, and they'd have little powwows where they'd all get together in Brattleboro, Vermont, which is like, it's like a whole different unit. You step in there and you're in a whole different place than the rest of the world. It's like extremely creative. It's a tiny, tiny place, but you have a mountain in the Connecticut River, and our school excelled in everything, like music, sports, academics. We outshined most of New England in this small space. For some reason, they just bred us, like, we had the best ecosystem of competitive masculinity, ruggedness of being outside, hunters, that also had this insane musical curiosity and drive to excel. It was also where the Buffalo Soldiers stopped, so there's a lot of black people. When the Buffalo Soldiers came back from the South in the war, they settled in that area. So we had a lot of multi-generational, not immigrant slave families. We had multi-generational black families that came to fight and fought. And Ray McNeil had the most poppin' place in the center of town. I know so many stories of friends that were on the parking garage behind there, suicidal, because Brattleboro is also a dark place with a retreat from the movie Sucker Punch. Does Susie and Anuska know each other? Is this a crossover episode for you guys? Do you know? Are you in a separate YouTube? Are you cheating on me? Listen. So Ray McNeil, there's a lot of darkness that goes on in that town too. Like, we had a lot of murders that happened in the past couple of years. It's actually the toughest town in America. We have a trophy. The whole country is certified Brattleboro as the toughest town in America. And we make global news a lot. We make national news a lot because of the sick violence and the rape and the murder that happens in this small town, because they're pumping in. We have good services. Susie, I had the spiritual experience. The portal opened and I saw tons and tons of aliens, and then it got really bad and the birds came to save me. And now I'm trying to manage both. I got like an upgrade. Ray McNeil, I'm in the new timeline. We ascended. We're here. For now. But a like a whole TV show, a Russian billionaire moved to town and he bought up all of our farmland down there. And he started building villages, like tiny little villages for his cult. If you look at his website, he's in a cult. And they talk about spreading chaos across the world. And it's all in Latin and they talk about crazy stuff. And he lives in town because obviously he lives in town. And he bought up all the farmland and he started building Viking villages because this is the most Irish part of the country. And right after he bought everything, he was trying to buy McNeil's bar. He was offering him a lot of money to own the center of Brattleboro because he's a billionaire, crazy person. And for whatever reason, and McNeil said no. And then McNeil was going to Mexico to the powwow. He got invited by all the Native Americans. On my birthday, December 11th, on my birthday, 2022, he goes upstairs and goes to bed. He turns off his water so that it doesn't freeze before he leaves in the morning on his flight. And then something happens and it burns down him and the entire restaurant, the entire property. And then it got bought up by this Russian oligarch. So that's another Casey and Ray. No. I wish. I would. Hold up. I'd bring in a giant, like 6'5" in full knight armor and have him stand in the back. And whenever Mike would come up to do shit, I'd have him whack him with the shield. And then me and Michael would take over the podcast. And I'd have two big black security guards that would grunt the whole time, like, And then I would bring a beautiful woman in to see Matan squirm because he doesn't know how to talk to him. What do you mean? Why did I correct that it wasn't correct or it wasn't wrong? What do you mean? I'm really tired, man. I need to get back into the woods and reconnect to myself. Oh. Oh. I thought about setting if I went in and I signed my name at the top. And then I buy Michael. Yes. I met Harley in Burlington. I was sleeping in the back in my Dodge Magnum and I was making music all day. And I was laying in the back really depressed, fighting the Matrix, fighting crackheads, overdosing. Didn't have any family or friends because they all just weren't healthy for me. And I left that situation to fix my mental health issues on my own and get over my traumas and my loss. And set off on my own adventure and went to the hood and went across the country and met all these leaders and did all these amazing things and met famous YouTubers and inspired them and taught them skills that I learned doing what they were doing, but as a child because I had YouTube early when they didn't and they had to go out by themselves. And I was able to piece it together and use my creative ability on top of the mountain by myself to use that creative special to develop styles and take their art, like pickup artistry, and take it to a new level and also mix that with all the life that I had learned. And I always finding the perfect way to live. And I was able to let myself shine on South Beach where I outperformed my childhood hero at getting girls. And it only stopped because I had sleep paralysis while I was awake. Something froze me in place right before the final battle where I was going to the hottest girl in the room, and I knew she wanted me. I'd already got her number and her mom's number, and I was just going to show off to my childhood hero that was trying to get her number that I already got it. And then I froze in place and I had a panic attack, and I felt my all my life leave my body, and I felt like I had no skills at all. I felt like I was an empty hollow vessel, and I didn't know anything. Like everything just went wrong suddenly. Like I got demented like Harry Potter. So I went back into the Airbnb and sat down in the back and just talked to the old woman. There was an old woman whose granddaughter was fucking on one of the pickup artists, and she was there making sure she's okay. So I was hanging out with the oldest woman. It's like I'm the oldest soul. Yeah, I got her mom's number first. And then she was next to her mom, and she was like, "You just got my mom's number." I'm like, "I'm getting yours too." I was when I tell you that I've lost everything so many times that it's reduced me to nothing and I've had to build myself back up into this, I really mean it. I've been through a lot. And I was in one of those places where things had just gone really wrong, and I was in the back at the Walmart, and I went in on my food stamps to get my comfort food. The Walmart was jam-packed, except when I walked into the snack aisle, everybody dispersed from the snack aisle. Like all of a sudden everybody just walked away and left. And then Harley comes in with some short blonde girl, and they walk up and pass me. And I don't really remember Epic Mealtime, but I just clocked him immediately. Like my mind had registered, that's the guy from Video Game High School, even though I only saw it once. Like my mind just knew. And I got flooded with the heavens of all these different timelines of me now being a famous YouTuber and doing professional boxing and taking their editing to a new level because they're lazy. You know, bringing that in with the new what's helping the kids with YouTube shorts, and they don't know because they're old. I saw my position that I could have helped Harley go in all these different directions, and I could have reinvigorated his dying channel, and he felt hopeless and lost, and he was desperately trying to find a way to keep it going by doing YouTube boxing. And I saw that Casey Francis O'Brien the first, there was so much more to me than people realize, especially back then, back before I had all this trauma and homelessness, when I was like this creative force of nature, invading places and inspiring millions through being a role model and teaching other people. And I would just pick up friend groups and adopt them for a week, and went around the country and met famous people for happenstance. Like I go to a random house party where there's 6 people, and one of them happens to be the most famous rapper in Maine, and I just sit down and talk like this, and the guy starts crying, and I wake him up, and then he goes on to produce a song that felt like our conversation, and that became his best song. And then I met him again when I was at this park and where I'd broken down, and he passed me and I waved to him, and then the next day he dropped a song that sounded like my vibe, and then it blew up, and now he's at a higher level of fame. So I saw that Harley came down. I saw my position if I just said it, and I didn't say it. What came out of my mouth is, "Oh, you're the guy that eats the burgers. You're the guy that eats the burgers." He's like, "Yeah, I'm the guy that eats the burgers." And I was like, "Oh man, it's good to see you, bro. Enjoy Vermont. It's beautiful here." And then I left. And then my mind was like, "Oh my fucking God, at least put yourself in a position where he can see you one last time." So I sat on top like this, and I knew I posted like this, and I knew that he would see me. And he slowly drove by in his Tahoe, his nice car, while I'm in my broken down piece of shit. But I've got the nice clothes on that I fought for. And I was like this, just like sitting at the top trying to raise my vibration. And he left, and I never saw him again. But then I met MGK, and I went around and all the kids that were into music when I was making music at these parks, and I brought a lot of kids out of homelessness that ran away from home and wound up on the street that I would take under my wing. And I had like a brigade of a caravan of Celtic coochies, no, a gaggle of Gaelic goons. Hey, he's mid. Still met him. He's still famous. He's still an artist. Eminem did destroy him. I personally don't like MGK's music. I think it's lacking soul. I ain't even going cap. Except his new, like if you look up the Killicam freestyle and the Renegade freestyle, that, and then that, I think he dropped a song too. That's his best work in my opinion. When he isolated and escaped the Illuminati, he hid in his house with his daughter, and he posted out inside of his backyard when he would meditate all day and really get to know himself. Then he made his best work, and that is still in my head. Like, it rings all of my quality sirens. It's closer to God than everything he's ever produced. Thanks. I don't like Ski Mask. He's a I can get away with it rapper. He's a I have an image, so I don't have to be I don't have to have the quality, because the kids are gonna play me anyway. The kids are gonna play me anyway. It don't matter. Yeah, he is. But if he's on Aiden Ross's stream, he's in it. He's in the club. Depends on what I'm famous for. I feel like I'm blessed when I sit by myself. I've been through so much of life. I want to make my mark on the world. I want to have I've been so blessed. Even though my life has sucked, my energy in my inner world has been so blessed. And every season that we go through, I have something extremely special about me that keeps me going. Like, back when genetics was the top thing in your blood, like the Andrew Tate saga, I had the Irish culture, and I had the Irish name and the Irish bloodline, and I had the story of my kingdom that got usurped, and my traumatized father that I'm trying to save and fight back against the people. And I have all these Irish artists that are all coincidentally the last names. All my Irish friends growing up as the deer are coming in. Look, it's a buck, a mom, and a kid, 2 kids. And they're coming in. They're descending from the top of the mountain. As I'm talking about my Irish heritage, and our logo is the deer with the antlers. Yeah, I had this weird vision of Harley crying, that I made him sad, and I made Matan confused, and I made him more aware of how privileged he is, and that he shouldn't be so kind of depressed about how broke he is. That's what I saw. It just hit my head while I was trying to meditate. I humbled people with the truth. But I'm also tired. This isn't my full style. This isn't really me. I went through a lot, man, and I went on that live, man. You heard. Hold up. The point. Yeah, I had growing up. It was just Irish kid after Irish kid from prominent Irish families that my mom would meet at a thrift store, and they would become friends, and then there would be a play date where they come into I had a room full of Legos that I would sit by myself and build Legos all day. I had this whole like Lego movie type room full of all these sets, and my favorite were the medieval sets with the orcs where and I'd make them fight. And then suddenly there's this Irish kid that shows up, and he sits down, and it's usually like I would feel like this infinite giant being building with my Legos and being at peace, going out to the woods by myself and swimming and holding my breath and swimming to the stream for hours, going out in the woods and just hanging out with the birds. And then I'd go up and go back, and then suddenly this kid comes in as a snotty brat, and he's trying to one up me, or they're trying to take apart my Legos. And they all have the names of the famous Irish houses that all went to war with Brian Boru that I'm descended from. If you put a picture of Brian Boru up to my father, they're identical. They're literally identical. And like literally identical. Like if I posed the right way, you could put me right next to the statue of him, and we're the same. So it's a royal bloodline. All the psychics are saying it. Everyone that I talk to, I'm reminded constantly. And if I forget, I'll sit right where I like to sit, and then there will be a giant, like a little crown ring or something. I can't escape it. I went down O'Brien Road to get my father an antique from an antique show, and there was a little case with pens, and the pen is a king with long hair and a long beard with a red crown and a red shirt like this. Hold up. So I have all these Irish artists in 2022, and they all, like, they're lacking. They have such talent and skill, but they just can't get it done. There's something holding them back. So I was fighting every single day as I'm driving to produce their best album so that they could get out there. And they were just constantly being dramatic and negative and stunning on me that I had to let them go. And then I moved into 2023 when I started performing on stages and started meeting all these famous people again, but in Burlington, and performing my own songs. And I developed my own skill in my own zodiac element year. I found my power, and then I moved up. I broke down here, and I've been fighting since. And now it's Native American, my Native American heritage, and this what I'm learning. I'm regrouping with nature. That's shining through, like the fire bear that I found this, and then somebody, I randomly get gifts all the time, and nobody, like, people don't know how meaningful this is. But I just found, like, somebody was like, I have this extra. I think technology has been detrimental to mental health. Um, but I don't think, hold up, mental health. I think that it disconnects you from the natural way that you're supposed to be. So it's not detrimental for mental health, more as it's a sense that it's a hindrance to allowing yourself to inhabit your own body and perceive the world the way that it should be, because you can't focus because you've disassociated and associated with the phone screen. And the phone, I have an Android, but iPhone specifically, like when I got really sensitive and I would be like very perceptive of light and energies and emotions and music and sound, and just very hyper vigilant of everything. And I'd wake up my photoreceptors in my third eye, and I was so in tune with everything. My skin was glowing because of all the minerals and the sunlight in it. You could shine a light and it would reflect. And I was like, I'd like walk through town, and then people would come up to me, and I'd just say like, hi, and they go, oh my God, you got me firing on all cylinders. And they'd walk away because I was taking in my electric energy to literally jumpstart the hearts of people. And that's a true fact. And I'd open my iPhone screen, and the light from the UV would shut my whole face down, and I could feel it like a alien face hugger. And now the kids are more used to that face hugger than they are to being alone in the woods by themselves with the birds and listening to that. And then the stuff you see on the computer, the stuff you see on social media is designed to disable that natural love and connection that comes when the camera is off. As soon as the camera is on, it's like an unnatural, uncanny valley that's watching you, so it puts you on edge, and then you have to fight to perform while it's going. It's like a soul sucker. I see it like a tentacle that feeds a giant homunculus monster that's taking in, because all of our senses are processing information, and that information's going inside. We're collecting Bitcoin, we're mining emotional Bitcoin, we're mining universal Bitcoin, and the phone is like that too. It's taking it in. When you sing to a microphone, I feel that that's the case, where we should be talking to each other and having sex. Instead, people are jerking off to a computer, into a phone. For real, for real. So there's my dear friends. Notice how the crows left when the deer are coming. As soon as the deer came in to inhabit the space, the crows are nowhere to be found. Except, now that I mention it, they're way down at the bottom of the mountain, and they're cawing when I brought attention to them. So when I close my eyes, earlier I saw this weird lobster alien thing that was trying to latch onto the side of my face and siphon out all my conscious bandwidth, my energy. I still feel like that's the case. It's more like they left a hole. So I'm not good at that. My reoccurring trauma is that I've lost having my perception of my personal identity and power. The birds are going right to left. My personal power, the crows, my personal identity and power that gave me my unique charisma and my free creative ability to riff like Casey Rocket does at a way better level because I didn't do drugs. And I had my own style, and I spent years in isolation and learning how to perfect that and keep it going and maintain it. Now it's like so much has happened to me. It's going to take a lot for me to learn how to recuperate, and I have to do it in places that are full of public and full of crows that are distractions. But when I do, the stuff that I create is way better than I've heard on phones, and I think it's because it's co-created with other things. I think it's perfect. It's not like these rappers are fighting to try to prove themselves with a pen and paper. It's like I go through a season of life, and all the energies that I put out and all the changes that I made and the emotions that I picked up and the birds that I fed and the bugs that I killed and the losses and the heartbreak and the things that I went through all gets channeled in and goes up somewhere. And I think that something else works with me, and it co-creates the perfect time for me to make a song that completely represents what I went through. And when I play it, when I'm down and out and I play it, it brings me back and invigorates me again in a way that other music just isn't. I'm not here like it's like once in a blue moon you hear stuff like Grief Is Only Love or Sodade Sodade or Runaway by Kanye West, or I want to say Lion Eyes by the Eagles. But it's not Lion Eyes by the Eagles, it's just the Eagles in general. They're pretty good. But I'm talking about that type of stuff that really connects to your soul, and that it doesn't just come from me. It like comes through me when I work for it. So when people talk about you're co-creating your reality, I think it's like God is working through me sometimes. But he's not working through me, he's working with me. And here's the deer staring at me. They're big ones. They haven't been killed yet. I don't know if Matano hit me up. I don't even know if I went there, if it would be worthwhile yet. I'm afraid to join the network. I do good alone. Like, I think if I go there and I'm not ready for it, but maybe it'll work out. I called the deer back. He was walking away, and then I said, maybe it'll work. I called the energy back, and he's looking at me now. Did I fail? It went right to left. They all went right to left. But we go until we die. What am I at for charge? I'm just tired, man. Watch that 5-hour live stream. Watch that 5-hour live stream, because that's the me I just rose out of. And then I ascended up this mountain. And you can see what it's like. If you don't experience what that was like, know that a lot of people are, and the people that have these experiences get to go on Joe Rogan. The people that had the experience that I just had, and I've had thousands of them, but they go on Joe Rogan because Joe's interested in what they're saying. Look at this shit. What the hell is going on, bro? It's the fucking crows, I swear. I swear it's the crows. It's a spiritual attack, man. Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us, then they leave us to find some other souls to save. Angel Eagle, come on down. Here are drums because I need you now. Yeah, I just need to get back in the woods. I appreciate the support, CJ. I hope it's help. I hope it's providing you something. Where's man, eventually my life will be a TV show. Fuck you! Fucking bitch. Get a life, Crow. Get a fucking job, Crow. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Shut up! People are saying those robot crows are cameras for rich people. He had to wait for the deer to leave because the deer are too high vibrational for these crows. Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to think. Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to think. Have you no manners? Have you no respect? Let the waft of my fermented cheese fill your pheromone glands. You fucking bitch. Shut up. Let me get a BB gun with a scope and I can start to beam them and fight back. It's not cool, Crow. You're not cool. You're not cool. I'm waking up the neighbors. Shut up. Shut up. I'm too tired to hold the vibe. What's your opinion on lying? I don't think white lies are even good. I think that if like the white lie thing, like it's okay to white lie. If a girl's like, if I look fat, and you're like, no, you look good, whatever. You don't say like, you could lose a couple pounds. You should say like, look at yourself and tell you, are you fat? Look at yourself in the mirror. Are you fat? Regardless of how you feel, if you're fat or not, are you taking steps to look better? Don't worry about how you are. You are who you are right now. You can't stop it, but worry about your actions you're going to change for the future to put yourself on a better path. Don't worry about, oh, I'm so fat, I hate it so much. Be like, okay, I'm kind of insecure about how I feel. I'm going to take good steps to fix that. And then over time in the future, I'm going to get better. Sometimes, because I'm in places like this where I'm distracted, and in the past, I would feel really overwhelmed. And it was like, see, shut the fuck up, bro. See what I'm talking about? Where it feels like I'm trying to bring the truth in. And I'm trying to hold it to a point and ping it. And then the distractions are trying to ping it away. Then I find myself, if I'm under like oppression, demonic oppression, he doesn't want me to talk. He doesn't want me to channel the energy, the truth. You feel me? And I'm not taking the time to come from humility. Like, I think not being authentic is also lying. So I do feel like I'm being dishonest because I'm not letting my true self shine. I'm just coming from the back of my mind and letting whatever comes out of my mind, like whatever comes out, but I still am humble and still am telling the truth. I think that when you tell the truth, even if it's hard, it has natural humility, and it naturally makes everything better. It makes your relationships better. It makes the world better. It makes communities better. Because most people are hiding and lying, and because they're scared to look at themselves. True story. I wish you'd shut up. When I had more light, like when I had the energy that I said would jumpstart people's hearts, I would be able to look at the crow and I would kind of whack him. See? See? I don't know if you're able to hear it. He's responding. He's fighting me back because I'm hitting him. I'm hitting him. I'm hitting him. Get the fuck out of here, bruh. Get the fuck out of here. I would be a lot more dominant. Shut up. Get the fuck out of here. Hold up. Hold on. It's hard. My frontal lobe is damaged from the cigarettes. He's laughing. He changed his tone. He's antagonizing me. Look. He's like, are you going to keep going or what? They say crows have the mental capacity of a 7-year-old child. How many 7-year-old childs do you know? They be acting like these crows, man. Yo, if you don't leave, David's going to fuck you up, bro. Nope. It worked until I looked away. Shut up. I see you. He's yelling at me, dude. He's yelling at me, man. And when I look away, he got loud. He went, This crow is smart. This crow is smart and abstinent. Can you give me spiritual protection without trying to molest my spirit? I'm out of Mickey D's. No more Mickey D's. But I have been buying cigarettes. I smoked 2 packs, man. Because someone gave me a pack. I've been chain smoking. It's bad. I don't even remember why. I think for like a 2-day period, it was really helping. Like I think I was overwhelmed or something, and I smoked a cigarette, and it kind of, the pain from it humbled me, and I wasn't so delusional and out of my mind. And then I think, oh, then something happened that scared me a lot. Like I had a pre-breakthrough before this breakthrough. And that breakthrough, I clutched to the cigarettes to feel good. I ain't even gonna cap. So I be chain smoking and it hurts my throat a lot, man. But I'm eating clean. I'm eating healthy. I'm doing push-ups. Now I'm overtired and I'm afraid of you notice how I went back to humility and I started talking about truth? I was like, yeah, this happened. I'm really sorry. And now all the cool birds are coming. I stopped fighting. But yeah, now I've got like 50 alien stories now I can throw out. I've got a repertoire of 50 different interdimensional alien stories. We're at the precipice of artificial intelligence in the fifth dimension, in the age of Aquarius. And the only reason, what's cool is that because I went through that, not Abbott Block, maybe Abbott Block, the first traumas where would see like these, it was a lot worse back then where the things were so bright and it would scare the fuck out of my cat. And my girlfriend would like pass out. Like she would be really happy and excited and like playing video games with me, and then all of a sudden she's out. And then I hear the ringing in my ears. And then my cat starts to go stir crazy and hides. And then I lay down because I'm having a panic attack. I'm like, what's going on? And then silhouettes of light, like full ass humanoid silhouettes of light, humans, hue like the color spectrum, would walk into the room, and then it would walk to my cat, and then my cat would be calm again, and then it would walk with my cat into the studio. And I don't know what happened because I stayed out there. But I had a feeling it was a choice because it was like the light in my room changed. So the light in my room was blue, and the light in my bathroom was yellow and white. And the same like voice that sometimes comes in that I associate with like a spirit guide said, pick a choose a path. And then my mind showed me if I choose the blue, to go to the Brattleboro artists and work with March Davis, the local rapper, and be in the studio, or go into the bathroom and go on an epic quest for light and truth. And I think I chose the blue, but then I went into the white, and then I ended up going across the country like a week later because I got inspired to do so. Whether I deluded myself into believing that and I hallucinated the whole thing because I was fasting in isolation. But I don't think that's the case. Now that I've seen so much, it's not the case. I think more people are going to come out about it now. All these people talking about ayahuasca, like rappers and TV stars. We're at a point where, and I don't know if we're talking. I don't know if the dimension, the 3D 5D split, is really happening. Like half of us are going somewhere and half of us are staying, depending on the work we do and if we're able to upgrade. I know that I want to lead you guys to war, but I don't. The war is spiritual, and I'm not. I guess the war is for your authenticity and soul, and I'm not doing great with that, I guess. But last night I did. Did you watch it? Did you see it, Susie? Did you see my freak out at the very end? Did you see my freak out at the very end, Susie? Where they really got crazy. And I think that the crows are trying to stop that level of awareness. Whether it's a natural biological reaction, they feel like I'm dominating them or scaring them, and that's why they're trying to assert their territory, or because it's really a spiritual thing where the crows are designed to hinder your consciousness, and these birds are designed to promote your consciousness, and they're two different separate entities, like different races of birds. What do they call them? They call them the avians, and they say that they're aliens in space that brought birds here, just like the cats or the Lyrans brought the cats, and the dog people brought the dogs, and that they're all here with us, and they're also out there. It's not just us experiencing this. This is like a genetic playground. This is the Garden of Eden. This is the perfect world. That's what people are saying too. And I have some experiences like that, but it could also be just an AI making that experience happen for us. It could all be made up by like an AI or a god. But whether or not, I hope you guys can see that I'm conscious enough to have discernment and not say the thing that's completely delusional and crazy. This thing I say is backed up with a sense of humility and common sense. I don't just spout it to spout it. I spout it because I'm not great at focusing here, or else I'd come up with a better reply. I think Susie left. Maybe she's watching it. So where's everybody from? We got New Zealand on the map. We got Florida on the map. We got Michael. Yeah, I'm gonna buy my. I'm taking Michael home with me, man. Michael's gonna go to a night. I farted looking. I farted on the map. Who's this guy? That's funny, dude. I think I used to say squirrels were my spirit animal before I realized it was bears and lions and eagles. There we go. I'm just tired, bro. I'm trying. Pussy popping on the track. My turkey's here. My turkey has emerged after the deer have left. This crow is very upset about it. It's hard to see him. He's right there. He's hiding. He's crouched down and is hiding. I think everyone can speak to birds. It's just you have to be, or maybe it's the 11 energy. When did I start really speaking to him? It was when I would have panic attacks and I would be disassociated in the back of my car having a panic attack. And then the crows would show up and they'd land on my car and they'd scream through the window at me. And then I would feed seagulls and the seagulls would come and start to push the crows back whenever they'd bother me and kind of defend the space. And then I started to open up to the fact that animals aren't stupid. And then, I mean, I knew my cat was special, but I would see a lot of dumb cats. And then when I lived out in the woods for the first real time after my car got stolen and I had to get through winter and led an army, a gaggle of Gaelic goons out of homelessness, and I went and lived in a tent, and I was in the center of town, and I was feeling like attacked, like I would have panic attacks, and I would feel like aggression from the town, and then if I held on to that bad vibe, that would like violent homeless people would find their way into my camp and overdose, and then when I'd feel the bad vibes and I'm trying to harmonize and keep my song in my heart and keep my aura going, I noticed that the birds would come and get closer to me, and they would start. I realized that they were harmonizing the whole space, because when the bad crackheads would come in and they would scream at each other and they would fight and they would hurt each other and die and overdose, um, when they left, the birds would quickly come in and they would go to the space that they were at, and they would sing songs in harmony with each other. They would sing different songs that they usually do. Like when they're out here, they're just kind of calling to each other. But when they go in the woods, they're like a symphony together. It's like a language. And then when I really needed them a lot, they would come to my tent. Like if I was sad and crying or whatever, they would come to my tent and they would boost me, and they would kind of protect me from the bad vibes. It was like us in that little camp against the bad people. And then I started asking the universe to have them fly right to left if I'm on the right path, and fly left to right if I'm on the wrong path. And I would follow them through town, and they would lead me to the people that I was trying to meet. Like I was trying to meet real Ricky. You want to have a panic attack? No, I think I was a wizard at one point, and I think that my cousin might have been that king, because now he's a Leo, and he sat in his section 8, and he managed the whole family, and he was the kind of, he's a weird, snotty-nosed kid, virgin, autistic, but he's also like, I'm able to recognize that he's got skills at managing people, and he's very good at it, and he's able to keep the family in check. And he's a Leo, so he always had the other Section 8 kids always around him, hanging out at his house, the same way I had people hanging out at my house. And when I'm not around him, I feel like the most dominant force. I feel like the leader. But when I'm around him, it's like I get confused. It's like I get anxious, and he knows the way to go. But now I'm realizing that when I go there, it was like a vortex too. Like they're negative. And when you do that thing where you kind of embrace yourself and you're positive, and the people that aren't on that type of time, they get offended and they'll try you. My family will make up lies and spread it around the community. Like my mom, one day, my mom will call my grandfather and tell him that I'm a violent schizophrenic that's always trying to hurt her. I'm always trying to attack her. And I'm out here just, who knows, because she doesn't talk to me at all. She doesn't ask me questions. So she'll make up this horrible story, and then she'll tell it to Grandpa to try to get some sympathy money for her that she'll spend on DoorDash. And they just gossip. My aunt and them will gossip, and they'll gossip with my cousin, who's a registered nurse in Burlington. And they'll gossip to my family, who I've been trying to talk to but won't talk to me because of what my mother's told them. And she lies. And I noticed that my cousin does it too. If I'm positive and I'm doing good in my life, I'm actually making progress, I'm working out, I had a car, I was performing on stage to hundreds of people and doing great, then all of a sudden it's like he fell into my parents' traps. Yeah. Keeping me as the black sheep so they can avoid accountability for their inaction and privilege. But my dad and Jesse have a natural vibe. His name's Jesse Clodius, JC, and the Roman emperor he's named after, the same way if you put my father and me next to the Brian Boru statue, if you put Jesse Clodius next to the Claudius, the Roman emperor, they're exactly identical down to everything, even the body structure for Claudius. And Jesse sits in his castle. His whole life he was in my father's first, and then he was in Section 8, but he was at the center of the building in Section 8, the exact center, the same way my dad was the exact center of his Section 8, Hayes Court. And they would deal with the people, and cousin is a very talented animator, and he was like my best friend for a long time, and we both had rooms full of Legos, so I'm assuming that we're both ancient kings. But when I hang out with him, it seems like I become more of a court wizard. Like my whole posture changes, the things I want to talk about change. When the power goes out, when the power is on, we're just creating and having fun. But like the power goes out, and then he assumes this natural managerial position that I don't, because I like to be running around having a good time, like Gandalf. And he's like a very good at sitting there and understanding in a more loving perspective like I'm understanding everything, but I'm trying to fight all the time, and he's understanding everything and he's caring for people like a Leo. So I think if I was at one point reincarnated as a king, I think I was, or as a wizard, like a court wizard, I was probably his. I ain't even gonna cap, but I think that we have multiple lives, probably. If that's true, we have multiple lifetimes. We have multiple soulmates and multiple soul enemies and people that we met in different lives, that if we're cycling through this over and over again until we become a 33 and then escape, then it would make sense that I'm having these profound spiritual experiences and I have all this stuff, and I'm randomly running into people. It just, I don't know why they all have the same names. Why was I talking to my cousin Jesse, who's a Leo, about his autism and encouraging him to make art, while I was working at a dollar store with a giant autistic brute woman named Jessie, who's autistic, and we were talking about how to help her make art. And then I came to Burlington to fuck a girl named Jessie, my ex-girlfriend, and it wasn't working out with her because she was dating a drug dealer and she was on crack. She used to be an Instagram model, like the hottest girl in her high school. And like I really had the best women, and I had them all at the same time. And then I lost everything, and now I'm here empathizing with a turkey and a bird. Um, but so it didn't work well with that Jesse. And then 5 minutes later, I like hang up the phone with her, and then I walk into McDonald's, and there's a way better looking girl, Cherokee Indian, thick, drives a Challenger, is a manager at McDonald's. Even though it's a McDonald's, she's a manager, was a banker, has a good head on her shoulders, and her name's Jessie. So I was talking to 4 Jessies at the same time, and then that winter, next to the McDonald's, I was sleeping in the laundromat, and the people that would come in to check on me when I would hide there at night was a guy named Jesus, who's Mexican, from Chicago, and then a girl named Jessica. So there was like 7 Jessies all in like a 1 month span, and those were the only people that I spoke to, and they were all helping me in different ways, and I was helping them in different ways. So like, why did that happen? Why is it? And why do the people I meet, like every ex-girlfriend I've had, there's some guy named Vincent that shows up that tries to get in the way and be like a separate love interest, and he doesn't feel real to me. He feels like this snotty-nosed loser that would be bad for them, but it's like all their friends want them to go to Vincent. And then when I broke down and I was stuck in the mud last winter, there was a kid named Vincent that showed up that was also a Leo, and they're all Leos. The one Vincent that isn't a Leo, his best friend's name was Leo, and when I met them, they were playing the game called A Way Out, where the main characters' names are Leo and Vincent, and Leo and Vincent were playing as Leo and Vincent in a game called How to Escape, A Way Out. But this Vincent said his Viking ancestors told him on mushrooms that I was an ancient Irish king, and that he had to come stop me and kill me. So he took a hatchet and was slamming on trees in front of me and shooting a 22 at me when I'm trapped in my car last winter. And that's who I had to wait for the perfect moment, stomp in and steal his stuff, and then go out and tell his manager, and then rally all the employees against him, and then get a guy named George, who he was the big black guy that watched over me when I was on acid before I had to kill my father, when I was at the Cheap Trick concert at the Hermitage Club before I met Cheap Trick. And I met him again 10 years later in a community action program. and George was helping me then, and I met George on St. George Road, and then all of the events that took place with George happened on St. George Road, and then I left George because I felt like his energy was too much. I'm just gonna go DoorDash and take a drive, and I went and broke down. My car ran out of gas in like this random town in northern Vermont, and I stopped at a church to ask for money, and then I went in, and they were talking about St. George, and then they were talking about a new St. George that's from Vermont that had just gotten registered as a saint, this old woman that had died, that was actually healing people and got registered as a saint from the Catholic Church, from the Vatican itself. So I'm like, why do these names keep coming up? No, I do. I ask why to see if you guys can give an answer, but the answer is that it's probably all predestined. They could be reptilians. This whole thing could be fake. The people that come are expressing the same energy, so it's a cyclical lesson that I keep having to learn. But it's also the golden spiral, so it's going to happen again, but we're ascending. So I'm experiencing the challenge again with a whole new set of tones and information and vibes and skills, and I'm handling the problem in a different way. And I'm assuming if the golden spiral is real, then these problems that I'm solving with these different energies are probably problems that need to be worked out in the collective consciousness. There's a 33 life path. It's probably so simple for me and so exponentially different because the simple things that I'm doing are echoing out of this mountain to the entire world through Casey Rocket, Kai Cenat, Kurt Kaz, Matan, when I go on different people's comment sections. And usually when I talk in people's comment sections, it's usually when I'm at a loss for everything and I just have nothing, and then I just kind of speak my truth and just hope that it kind of pushes the needle forward. Like, that wasn't meant to draw fans. Actually, what it was meant to do in my head is, like, I'm gonna give, honest to God, I watched the Harley thing and I watched like 20 minutes of it, and it seemed like he was depressed. It didn't seem like he had vigor and passion for his life. It seems like he was just there. He was wearing like pajama clothes. He was kind of stunning on Matan, like aggressively, and stunning on about how the president of of Canada goes to his house. So like, that doesn't seem great. That seems kind of evil. So I shared the story from a previous time to kind of reset him back before he went on that passionate journey. Remind him of that interaction we had where I felt a big, strong God presence. Share with him how much I've grown, and that moment really did inspire me and push me forward. I was trying to like bring him what I felt he was missing subconsciously. And I was also like, I mean, maybe if he is a multi-millionaire and he watches my channel and something sparks in him and he sends me 10K on Cash App just because he wants to do it and the world's ending, then I could use that to save the world. Or at least make my albums and my TV shows, and also bring closure and bring all of these people to their dreams that don't realize that they need me. And I'm trying so hard to be there for them, but maybe I'm taking their win by grabbing them by the hand and forcing them to victory. But that's what my house motto is. It's strong hand to victory. You heard me. Like 6 of them went off all at once in unison. And I'm smoking a lot of fucking cigarettes. I'm an addict. There's 2 left. So usually I weigh my options and decide my fate. And I charge at it like with the brute force of 1,000 lions, tigers, and bears. But that's not the case. The birds are going left to right. Should I just enjoy the day? Or should I go to Montpelier? Am I on the right path? They never answer me when I talk like this. It's always when I can humble myself back to nothing and reduce myself to nature and be one. That's when I can feel the bird singing. When when I dismember my pride back to being an animal. That's when I can reconnect, and that's when the birds come out and they support me. Because to them, it's just like another animal is sad. But then if I operate from pride, it's just like another human has come to distort the ecosystem. Yeah. But I will it too. My whole childhood motto was make it happen. That's what I wanted my movement to be based off of. Make your dreams happen by any means necessary, no matter what happens. If you want something to happen in life, you make it happen. And then I evolved, and now my motto is the greatest art is one you have to care about to understand. Look at all this content I could turn into shorts. If I wanted to, be a YouTuber, man. Okay. Because there's so much McDonald's and microplastics and gunk in my system right now. Because I haven't done the 24-hour fast and I didn't walk on the track. And then I don't have access to the supplements and multivitamins. I don't realize how dull and non-electric my body is. Like I've kind of completely like I'm a zombie. I disassociated from my nervous system. But when I do, the crows get mad. So maybe it's everybody. Maybe we all have it. Maybe we're slowly being kicked out of our bodies so that we leave to the fifth dimension. Maybe something is trying to harvest us. Or maybe I'm just overthinking. But I'm not. The world is paranoid. Vermont specifically is extremely paranoid. And almost every public scenario that I'm in, they're all stomping around, grunting, trying to force their will to make it through and hold on to their energy and their Bitcoin and their manifestations and maneuvering through the public. That's a fact. Everyone's gone crazy and weird. I think that it is like a mass thing where they're trying to hold on to mass so that the gravity pulls in all the information towards them, so people are trying to become the biggest monster like in Demon Slayer. I'm smoking cigarettes because I'm afraid to wake up. I don't want the blood to reach my head and then have to go through the trauma again of having the people show up and having them twitch and walk around me and fight me. I don't know. Is Shingy Bongy Boom Boom Bongy real? I think China's just I think Asia's just playing with us at this point. I don't watch anime, man. With AI. I like Studio Ghibli a lot. I like Full Metal Alchemist. But I watch Shiggy Baggy Boom Boom Baggy. Maybe. Fucking crow, bro. I think that targeted individuals are constantly programmed. I think we have what's called spiritual inheritance. No, Studio Ghibli is my favorite. Howl's Moving Castle. Spirited Away is dope. Didn't watch Ponyo. I kept falling asleep during Princess Mononoke. But I heard it's good. And that's like the one that's on brand for me. That's the tribal one. By now, I expected to have an RV, a studio set up in the RV, a desk where I could do stock trading every day and content creation and e-commerce and tons of different stuff I could do online, all different tons of branches. And then I would pull up outside the lake in my hometown with all the Irish artists that hold up. I wanted to set up a projector and have a float outside, and I would invite all the people that ostracized me, hoping now that they've come to their senses and realized that they hated themselves. They hated themselves, you heard? I think that if they were going to do that, they could do it from a profile picture. I think that it's much bigger than that. Like, I think that if you're in range of a 5G tower, see how the crows are getting louder? If you're in range of a 5G tower, I think we're all in the internet right now. Like if you can download a movie from the air that's around us, there's like, especially in cities where there's tons of them, you're just sitting in a dense wave of information. And I think that our bodies are slowly evolving with that and empathizing with that. I don't think it's slowly, I think it's happening since COVID. And I think that the more defamation, it's more like infiltration, where they're trying to replace your consciousness network. Like Alex Jones said, it's an interdimensional invasion through people. I think they want to destroy your sense of sovereignty and dignity, make you lose control of your mind, and then slowly try to replace you with invasive thoughts. Like all the stuff that just comes out of me, and I don't have to say it. I don't have to think about it at all. I think that's what they say, that the energy that you have, like your numerology, is your bandwidth. So I'm on a 33 bandwidth, which is different. It's like a different channel. And I think that that's what they're mad about. I think that's why they're always trying to bring me down, man. Yeah. Like when I was on South Beach, and I would just be standing there talking to someone, and then somebody's sprinting through, like on a bike, going like 30 miles an hour, like really fast, and they've got the camera out, and I'm like having a big moment. Now I know it's like a big spiritual moment, and then this random comes on the bike with the camera pointed out, and they just rides by me, only at me, the whole time. And my mind said that's the AI making sure that you're documented. Like my adventure is now is probably is cement. Like if all the information, which it is, all of our information on anything that has a chip, regardless, like this Audio Technica, this phone, anything that has a chip is going to China, and it's going to a giant, probably there's probably a whole skyscraper that's documenting the entire world. I believe it. I think that everything everywhere is being stored in an AI. But I also think it's being stored in the Akashic records. Nobody's telling me if you guys are all real. Every time I ask, nobody answers if you're real. So I have no idea the reality is, but it seems so obvious. Like sometimes that everything seems staged. It feels like sometimes I'm the only conscious person there, and then I have the breakthrough, and then suddenly there's all these people here. I don't have any place to sleep, man. I'm charging my phone. It's not charging. It's at 4%, bro. What am I gonna do? I have to lose weight, get sunlight, and push-ups, bare minimum. But that's giving up. It's going back to. I mean, I close my eyes and I'm seeing pressure from. I don't know if it's the internet or if it's 5D or if it's a new set of energy that I'm not used to. And there are people there, like there's. It just seems like it's a YouTuber. It's an old YouTuber I used to watch, and he's kind of encouraging me to keep going. It's like he's kind of feeding me vibes through the fifth dimension. Or maybe he's just saying, like, maybe it's an AI. It's not a hallucination. It's definitely like there's something talking to me. It's showing me different things. Yeah. It's probably AI. I think it's the metaverse. Plant, unhappy with her life. Karma came around and bit her. Sexy really not sexy at all. But sexy red ain't sexy at all, man. Tyler's way better. When Kai Cenat got friend zoned by Tyler, I had a huge crush on a girl named Taylor. And Taylor hit me up and said she thought I was really cute. And then I fucked it up because I was fighting all that energy stuck in the park and ride, fighting against the demonic forces in the Matrix and the evil that would show up when I'm trying to channel the universe into making something positive and meaningful. And I didn't come across well. I said things that she did not like from an inauthentic space because I felt like I was being ritualistically sacrificed and destroyed while people were overdosing. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's the Matrix. I'm seeing a whole bunch of weird shit on my head. It's the internet. Yeah, that's the internet. Yep. It's like overtaking half of my consciousness. But it looks like a spirit. It looks like a. That's probably what they call it. That's probably what they say a shapeshifter is. Because it's like constantly changing people's faces and tones, and it's like. Now when I close my eyes, instead of it being green, it's like pink. I really think that mind control is real. And I think it's like a direct energy weapon. Like I'm trying to fight back, and it's like turning into a pig with a tapeworm, taking a shit on my forehead, and trying to. It's like stealing. It turned into like a clamp and tried to yank something inside out. And now it's showing me like different people's faces. And they're all like they're interacting with me, like their facial expressions and body language. And now I'm seeing Thanos' face, but he's red. He's angry. So there's something going on I'm not aware of because I'm not meditating. Now they're showing me Will survives on stage with a microphone. I've probably disassociated from my identity, and this thing is like replacing it. But yeah, when Kai Cenat got friend zoned by Tyler, I got friend zoned by Taylor. Same week. These have to be spirits. This has to be like a small representation of what's actually going on in the world. It's crazy. Is there an escape? Is there any way out of this? The track passion is dope. What is this? think it's the metaverse, man. I think they're connecting me to a metaverse. I'm seeing all these different people's faces and they're morphing in and out to different things. Which doesn't usually happen. And then it keeps turning into, maybe this is just a 5D. It keeps turning into my face from different YouTube videos as he's talking about this, as he's talking about my likeness and my face being used. The back of my mind is showing me like Neon's face and my face and other people's just morphing in and out of each other. So when I got that lantern on my 100 subscriber special that said, "You will never be forgotten," I just have to get back on nature's bandwidth. fuck.
There's a dead person over here. Let me look at this real quick and I'll go to the dugout. That's terrifying as hell.
Hello? Hello? Can I talk to you real quick?
Sure.
So we got some kids from the school are going to be playing out here. Just wanted to make sure that's cool. Everything's good. Okay.